Luigi wins, motherfucker! Yo, Dragonflight? Fuck me. Wrong fucking queue. I hate this game, dude. Why does it keep doing that? Stupid fucking game. Luigi wins, motherfucker! Yo, Dragonflight? Fuck me. Wrong fucking queue. I hate this game, dude. Why does it keep doing that? Stupid fucking game. Oh well. Oh well. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Blow my nut. All up in your butt. Blow my nut. All up in your butt.
Well, we already thought this ring was somewhat disappointing with the release of 11.0.7, however, things have somehow gotten even worse, because even after buffing most of the gems by 40 or 20% more effect, and even also after increasing the item level of this ring by a flat 20, now it doesn't start at 619 and caps at 639, it starts at 639 and caps at 658, even then it would have been quite weak, comparable to its item level, and that was assuming you had your best in slot gems on top of course having to wait some 6 resets to upgrade the item level of the ring up to 658. Now unfortunately what has happened this week is that unlike of course what was testable on the PTR, where you had, besides having of course the PTR vendor which gave you all of the runes for you to try, you could also see many of the runes being up and available from the rewards around the isle, as well as from the actual vendor that you can use to buy gems you haven't discovered yet. However, now that we go into live, most players have reported practically only receiving 4 gems on week 1. They have gotten the War Queen's Citrin to trigger your Singing Thunder Citrin, your red Citrin gem, as a buff to your allies, the Thunderlord's Crackling Citrin, so the single target damaging gem, the Mariner's Hallowed Citrin, which is the 2 target AoE heal, and the Windsinger's Rune Citrin, which is the one that you get by default for your highest secondary stat. However, of course, this results in you having a very little amount of combinations available for you for gems, which, as you might have seen already from the comments going around, this is even currently weaker than well, we already thought.
What the fuck?
Just for fun and for the memes, players even went on to sim the results of these rings, and indeed the current 642 item level ring is losing to rings some 60 item levels below in power. Now, as a spoiler, the effects of this ring were already documented being quite disappointing. Pretty much the only one effect that might make the ring powerful, especially for mastery users, is going to be the legendary Skipper's Citrin. This one is the gem effect which has a chance to cast a random Singing Citrin effect at 150% effectiveness. Now, when you look at this proc, you assume, oh, okay, so if I use this, single target damage gem and this Skipper Citrin gem procs, I'm going to do 150% of the damage of this gem. That's what it can be used for. Actually, what makes this gem the most powerful one is for your secondary stats, because since the secondary stats gems don't have an effect that actually procs, but very simply fixed secondary stat buffs, what you actually get as a buff from this Skipper Citrin gem when you're using the secondary stat gems is a 15-second long buff, which gives you the secondary stats on that Citrin. So the play for you after using the Skipper Citrin in your red gem slot is to use the yellow gem slot for all of your secondary stats, and then the blue gem slot for your mastery stat, and then have them proc practically more than double their secondary stats, because your Skipper Citrin is proccing. And this can give you over 7,000 of your secondary stat, which is more than what you can currently get as a 639 item level ring, which is about 6,400 secondary stats. But even then, it is very conditional, right? First of all, the Skipper Citrin is a proc. It procs 4 times per minute, so both of your other gems will proc a couple times per minute. So 15 seconds per effect. They will proc for 30 seconds every 60, so it will have a 50% uptime. And on top of that, one of those gems have to be the Mastery gem, because unfortunately for you, your gem to buff your highest secondary stat, the Windsinger Citrine, also happens to be a red gem, just like the Skipper Citrine, so you cannot use them at the same time. So this has a better effect for Mastery users compared to the other specs that don't really get nearly as much from Mastery. But of course, we have been talking about these 3 gems, and yet so far not a single one of these 3 is available. You don't have the one to buff all of your secondary stats, you don't have the one to buff your mastery, and you don't have the one to proc these effects again right now. So it is good to know, that while we thought this was going to be disappointing, we have actually managed to outdo ourselves and make the release of this ring even more disappointing than it was expected to be. We can definitely, for now at least, we can definitely say the goal that Blizzard announced has completely failed, because they said our goal here is to make the ring a clear choice. Right now, this ring is the clear loser in power to rings 60 plus item levels below this ring. And it gets worse, of course, because then they also say, as well as keeping it relevant in Season 2, because for the next 6 weeks you will keep upgrading its item level all the way up to 658, which would be, in terms of item level, on par with heroic raiding level gear for Season 2. Now, at the very least, to be fair, even though this expected goal has completely failed, Blizzard did mention this may require, this definitely will require us to make tuning adjustments to specific gems later, so that we can avoid unintended power spikes, and we may want to buff weaker gems as well, but we are focused nonetheless on the item level of the ring for now as our guide for its performance, to show you that at max level it should be on par with other rings of the same item level at the beginning of Season 2. Well into, actually, Season 2, because a heroic item level ring could last you for quite a while. However, as mentioned, this has definitely failed. It's also definitely quite confusing why they would go this route, especially because, for example, one of your default gems you will find in week 1 is a healer gem. Even worse, actually, the only blue gem you're getting is a healer gem. So they didn't even give you the option, give you the first yellow gem being a damage gem, and then the second yellow gem being a healing gem, and then the next 2 gems were for both roles. Instead, not even that. You're practically locked to be using a healing gem even as a tank and even as a DPS. So definitely, if you wanted to engooden yourself to the player base, starting out like this with the power level of these gems on week 1 of this patch was definitely not the right take for this new ring. Yes, no doubt we will catch each other again in about 4 weeks, possibly 5 weeks, talking about how OP this ring is, because Blizzard will have buffed it significantly, we will have buffed the effect of the gems significantly, so that it will become a very powerful choice for the beginning of Season 2. But for now, it is definitely an L and definitely a miss when it comes to the power level for the release of this ring. Pretty much, we can confidently say that pretty much the only good thing this ring did is give a 639, or I guess right now 642 item level slot for players in their ring. For the players who didn't have yet a mid-track ring or even a crafted ring they were still missing, they practically now got a free high item level slot with this ring, and that's kind of the only good thing this ring gave players on week 1 of this patch. So I guess we will see surely each other again, possibly shortly, because we will have to go back to report the buffs that these gems will be receiving. I feel somewhat soon, definitely. But for today though, on this Thursday, this was all that was needed to report on the absolute state of this newly added ring in patch 11.0.7. So for today, with all this done, we can now leave each other. We're starting, as usual, the goodbyes by thanking everyone for having watched the video, together with, of course, everyone who has been supporting completely for free by liking and commenting down below, as well as subscribing to the channel itself. Now, with these things out of the way, thank you guys again for watching. See you guys tomorrow, and in the meantime, yep, it's that time of the day again. Waking up after sleeping only 3 hours, the rest of the day is doomed.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's badly. Wow, that's skills. Wow, the damage skill on that. Damage skill on that. No fucking joke. Damage skill on Oh shit. Oops. Oops. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on with that? It just fucking gives me. Weird, man. I don't know, man. Weird. Shouldn't be getting fucking rocked like that. Actually, I need a moment. Fuck this dog toy. Keeps on being on the chair. It's not gonna move. I need a moment.
Times Magazine Game of the Year is Dragon Age. Is this true? There's no way. Somebody actually linked to the article. The top 10 best video games of 2024. Okay. Helldivers 2. This is number 9 best game of the year. 34 people. Is this a joke? Like, does this Richard guy even play fucking video games? So, Lego Horizon Adventures, Star Wars Outlaws. Alan Wake 2, okay. He liked the other one. Neva. Silent Hill 2, okay, that's fine. Final Fantasy Rebirth, Astrobot. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It's just a list of games that he played this year. While some may miss the more politically charged narrative of its predecessor, yeah, definitely there's no politics at all. This might be the worst list that I've ever seen. Dragon Age the Veilguard, #1 game of the year.
You're really nice. And, you smell good.
Oh, thank you.
Really good.
Oh, the last boss we have to do the entire side. I'm being told it's right. It's like at the end. I get
items from this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to do it.
There we go.
Hi guys, it's me again, and today we're going to talk about everybody's favorite AAA gaming. We're going to look at where it's been, why it exists right now, and where I think it's going, which is going to be the majority of them into the garbage. I've said this before, that if you build 100 bridges and you suck one dick, you're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. But if you suck 100 dicks and you only build one bridge, you're Ubisoft. And the problem now is that we've got a lot of companies like that because they focus so much on trying to make these games and focusing on making them the most broad audience possible, making them have everything for everyone, that we get to a situation where one size fits none. And I think this has been an ongoing issue. It's been going on, I think, especially in the last 10 years. I think COVID accelerated the goal with this because of how much more money gaming is making now. COVID was kind of like a multiplier effect on that, but it's been going on for a while, and I want to explain kind of where AAA gaming came from, because back in the day, we're talking about the 90s, even the 80s, right, with arcades and the original consoles, but the 90s and the 2000s and a little bit into the 2010s, right, and not all the ways, as we all know. AAA gaming was a stamp of approval, a seal of quality, and it's funny now because it's almost the opposite. It's like, well, this is a AAA game, it's coming from this big studio, so we know that it's going to have a number of annoying features. There's probably going to be, you buy the game on Steam and then you have to log on to their additional launcher in order to actually play it. All of these very, very annoying things. And at the end of the day, I think a lot of people don't enjoy that. And the other big issue that AAA gaming has is that basically a lot of studios, and I think companies are doing this in general, this is something I think that we're also seeing in movies as well, where you're seeing these movies that are being made with these gigantic budgets, like everything is CGI, there's all these A-list actors in it, and the movie has a budget of over $100 million maybe, or something like that. I don't know really what average movie budgets are, but it's probably even more than that in some cases, and then it makes back a fraction of that money, and the reason what that does is it makes it to where every single movie has to be Spider-Man. Every single movie has to be attached to an IP that can be attached to a line of toys that can be sold to kids. And so now you don't get as many movies that take risks as much because those risks cost more money and it's harder to recoup the money back from the risks because you've lost the market of DVDs. And so this has been going on now for quite a while with movies, and I think video games now are starting to copy the trend. And what you're seeing now is that everything is two. Everything is the next one of something that already previously existed. And of course, I say this, and if you guys can see what I'm playing playing Path of Exile 2, okay? So I'm not going to talk too much about that, but that is kind of what my point is that I think that studios like Grinding
Hello,
Gear
everyone.
Games, studios like Warhorse that are making Kingdom Come Deliverance, and other studios that are the more AA quality studios, I think that the real future is going to be those studios making the AAA games. It's instead of a AAA publisher or a AAA developer making multiple AAA games, it's going to be one AA publisher, one AA studio making one AAA game. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot more. And I think that whenever you really look at, because especially live service games, you have to have such a finger on the pulse of the actual community of the game. You have to have everybody that's working there really understand it. I think that's what Blizzard had back in the 2000s with Warcraft. And if you look at any of the most popular video game franchises, and you look at the people that make the games are usually very good at those games. For example, the Final Fantasy 16 guy that went and one-shot the boss in front of a big audience before the game came out. That was really cool, and it showed that, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. He actually knows how to play his own game, which in some cases, like Diablo 4, turned out to not necessarily be the case. And so anyway, what I think has happened is that you've seen these studios like Ubisoft. I think Ubisoft is it's the worst offender, where they're spending $100 million on a game and they're expecting a 20% return. Because would you rather have 20% on $10 million or 20% on $100 million, right? And so that's the logic that they use, that they're going to just spend more money so they can multiply the largest amount of money possible. And I think that what's happening now is that is true, but it's also that you double down on a loss when it's not. And I think that's really the situation that we're seeing a lot of these studios run into when they release a game that's effectively a dud. And I think the reason why these games are getting released and are trash is because consumer interests are changing so much faster than they used to. So think about it like this. There are a lot of games that are in development for, I don't know, like 6 years, for example. 6 years or 4 years in development is very, very common. Think about how much different things were 4 years ago. Well, 4 years ago, we had COVID. Everything was totally different. People were addicted to Genshin Impact, and everybody was spending all day on the internet. Well, you can't necessarily develop a game around that, that context. And 6 years ago, if you started making a game, well, if you just got inspired by Fortnite, man, you're a little bit late now, aren't you? And so what we're seeing now is that we're seeing smaller studios, these AA studios. I think the best example of this, too, that you can use besides Grinding Gear games is Larian, who made Baldur's Gate 3, is that Baldur's Gate 3 took an incredibly long time to make, but it didn't follow any trends because it didn't need to. There were no, outside pressures, outside investors. Being a publicly traded company was not causing them to have to, monetize the game in a way that was annoying. It was just them making a good game and then delivering it to players. And I think AAA game studios have, instead of becoming, too big to fail, they've become too big to succeed. And I've said this before, and I think that it becomes increasingly more true every year. And you're seeing these massive studios laying off. I didn't even know this. Ubisoft has 20,000 employees. How do you do that? There are so many people that work probably at these studios that have jobs that are, not particularly super involved with the actual creation of the product. And I think that's very obvious considering that they fire bunches of people and the products keep being made. So the issue is that you have a massive overstaffing, and then you have massive budgets, and then you have massive expectations and a priority system that's created by people who don't actually have the player's interests in mind. And what I'm saying by that is, I think a good example of this is if you look at a lot of the, video games that have, actors in them. I think Senua's Saga 2 is a really great example of a game that is made for an audience of gamers that doesn't really exist. So obviously the game was popular for some people, and there were a good number of people that bought and played the game, but the reality is that it really wasn't that big, and they probably didn't recoup their costs. And what happens is that games journalists and games media, and I think just the games industry itself, likes to gas itself up about these types of games, but I don't actually think that these are the types of things that players are actually looking for. And I think that's reflected in the sales, and this happens over and over and over. People play video games because they like playing video games. While there are exceptions, they are very few and far between. And so what's happened is that these studios have convinced themselves they need to do all these things that players don't really care about, and they do them at the expense of the things that players do really care about, which is replayability, actual play, playing the experience you have playing the game in the minute-to-minute basis. And I think that really another great example of this, I've been playing on top of Path of Exile 2, I've also been playing off-stream Stalker 2. And holy shit, that game is great. And it's made by, again, a AA, a smaller studio, but they've come together to really make an incredible game. And I think having a, a focus, I remember, there was a really good metaphor that, in Game of Thrones, King Robert was what's stronger, 5 armies or 1 army? And really, it's the 1 army that's a lot stronger. And I think that's what we're starting to see a lot more with these games, is you're seeing these studios that are focusing entirely on making one defined product for a defined audience that they have a finger on the pulse of, and they're able to deliver a product to them that meets their needs and exceeds them in a lot of cases. That is the future for games. And I think also what's going to make this even more the future is the fact that you're going to see a lot of these studios, the layoffs are going to keep happening. And the reason why is because of different types of ways that you can effectively, it's not really all AI, but in some cases it is. If you can have one person do the job of 3 people through some sort of procedural generation or some form of technology, well, then you're going to have that happen. And as that happens, it becomes easier and it lowers that bar to entry for the quality that people expect whenever they're paying $70 or $60 for a video game. And so that's where I think AAA gaming is going to go. I think AAA gaming is going to have to become I don't know, they're going to have to scale down. And I feel like there are a few exceptions, right? We're always going to have Rockstar, From Software, Capcom, stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. But I think that many of these other studios are probably going to have to narrow down on one or maybe just a couple of IPs and then develop products for just those IPs rather than trying to release a bunch of different products and just like, well, if we sell 1 million of them for $10, we're going to make $10 million. Well, wow, why don't we sell 1 million of them at $1 million or something like that, right? Some variation of this. And it's just like the idea that, well, we can just keep making more money because there's no sense of market saturation. Well, I think that there's very clearly been a market saturation, hasn't there? And we're seeing that, express itself right now as, you see a lot of games that just don't have the marketing. There's just so much of an economy of attention. There's only so many people that can pay attention to so many games. And I think, again, when you have like your story game or whatever that is focused on, motion capturing facial movements, that just doesn't fucking matter to a lot of people. Like, I don't give a shit about that. I don't think a lot of people do. It's nice when the games have it, but I'm certainly not going to play a game because of it. But if a game has good gameplay, I will play a game because of it, even if the face models go like this. I don't give a shit. And I don't think most other people do either, except for other journalists and people in the industry. So what we're going to see more of is we're going to see these AA studios that, and I think that another reason why this is happening too is like distribution and publishing. Being able to publish a game, think about how many hoops you had to jump through in order to get your game on Nintendo 64, or in order to get your game on Super Nintendo, or even something like the GameCube. It was much harder to do than now, where all you have to do is, put your game out on Steam and then, post it on Baldi's subreddit. And if the people like it, maybe he'll watch it. And then it'll be in a YouTube clip. It'll get 100,000 views or more. And so that's pretty easy to do, right? Especially compared to, trying to work around, a Japanese company's expectations in the year 2003. Much, much harder to do. And so nowadays, I think you're seeing much more people able to get into that space and grow in that space much more quickly. And that's why you're going to see those AA studios that focus and narrow in on just like that one solid, really good product. That is where I think the future is going to be for AAA games. And I think that also AAA studios, this is another big problem, is that, what I was saying before with Ubisoft, they've sucked a lot of dicks. And the problem now is that residual taste in people's... let's go ahead and just stop right there. People think that their next games are going to be bad because their previous games have been bad. And so there is a reputational damage that happens that exists beyond the lifespan of the game that has problems. And that's effectively what I'm trying to say. And so what I think that we're seeing with Ubisoft and other studios is that they have this reputational damage, this generational reputational damage. Blizzard's another great example of this. And it makes it to where every game that they release is taken with such a massive grain of salt that a lot of people write it off before it even releases. They don't even know what it is. Oh, it's a Blizzard game. It's a Ubisoft game. It's EA. Of course it's going to be garbage. And so newer studios that focus on one product don't necessarily have that reputation, or at least in a lot of cases they don't. And if they do, they go out of business, right? And I think that's what happens in some cases. But that's where I think the future is of AAA gaming. I think that they have to narrow down and focus more on a number of individual IPs rather than trying to just get a 20% return on as many things as possible. I think that there is very clearly a market saturation. There's very clearly a market cap. And I think that we're beginning to explore that reality now. And I think that's become evident after about, I'd say 2022, after like the COVID level of like internet usage and video game usage kind of went back down. And then also it wasn't recovering at the 20% or 10% year over year expectations that a lot of tech companies were, getting investments in, under the expectation of. And so what I think is going to happen is, yeah, you're going to have a lot of these AAA studios that just simply can't meet the expectations of such a massive ship. It's like, how easy is it to turn a Titanic versus a Viking longboat, right? And that's why you see small games like Valheim doing a whole lot better than big games like Skull and Bones. And there it is, a quadruple A game, 1A for each player. And so that's what happens. That's where I think things are going to go. And I think the future that we're really going to see is going to be in the indie studios and the AA studios that focus in and fixate on creating one AAA high quality experience game. Like Path of Exile 2, Stalker 2, Baldur's Gate 3, stuff like that. And I think that's going to be the future of games. And you know what I think? I think that is such a good thing. That is an amazing, great thing, because those studios have a much better understanding of what the players want, and I'm a player, and that's what I want. So yeah, that's about it, guys. I thought I'd make this video and talk about this topic, because I see a lot of people bringing it up very regularly, and I wanted to give my 2 cents. So let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
How the Dragon Ball universes were created, finally explained. Dragon Ball Daima dropped a massive lore bomb in episode 10 regarding one major concern: how the Dragon Ball universes were created. It was Shin himself who explained that it all comes back to an old king from the Demon Realm who wanted to expand the Demon Realm itself. To do so, he gave a Majin called Rimus the following task: to create all of the universes we would later discover in Dragon Ball Super. Surprisingly, it is stated that Majin Rimus is still the maximum authority in all universes, and considering just how similar he looks to Zeno, it certainly looks like Zeno might be a sort of descendant from Majin Rimus himself. Apparently, after the creation of the Dragon Ball universes, many Majin started fleeing towards them, with the Glins sent as Kais in order to supervise each and every one of said universes. And eventually, after the death of the trees they are born from, all Glins migrated to the new universes. It is important to note that races such as the Earthlings or the Saiyans are not direct descendants from the Majin since they were born afterwards, but in the end it seems that most of the Dragon Ball lore originates from the Demon Realm to some degree. How the Dragon Ball universes were created, finally explained. Dragon Ball Daima dropped a massive lore bomb
Dunkin' Donuts workers strike. Oh boy, oh boy.
We are protesting the fact that they actually put a kiosk up in front of the Dunkin' Donuts to replace the cashiers that are there. You can see
Welcome to the future.
the writing on the wall for a reduction in workforce, and I think that's the thing that we're looking out for. They've already installed QR codes on the table, and we are worried that the next step is a tablet. Next step could even be a robot one day, and we need to be able to have a...
It could be a robot. No, it will be a robot. Yeah. Flippy is inevitable.
Say in the workplace, if we allow automation in, it's just going to take customer service, away. It's going to take...
That's the goal. Yeah. That's the point. Please work faster on it.
Service out of customer service, and that's not what people want.
They hate workers.
It's not what people want. Who decided that? I want it. I do. I think that working a service industry job like this is not a good use of a person's time. And I think that people could do something that's more fulfilling to them personally and to live out their existence in a way that's more fulfilling and more meaningful. I don't think working in a Dunkin' Donuts is that.
They hate us so much that they want to automate us away. They hate
Of
us.
course they hate you. Why would they not hate you? They have to give you money. Why would they want to give you money? Do you want to give somebody money? There's a random person. Do you want to give that person money? Of course not. You want to just have it happen. Like, what are you talking about?
Us more than they love their profits.
They hate us more than they love their profits? No. They hate you because they love their profits. This is the exact kind of person that I would imagine striking Dunkin' Donuts.
I am an anarchist, so like, yeah, I do believe that like hierarchies and like places of power like cause violence, and that's pretty much all they do.
You think that profit over people is going to last forever, or do you think that late stage capitalism is just going to death spiral so hard that we have to ultimately kind of level the playing field and create a new society?
Well, some people have to get shot.
Developing news today.
But it's not you. People love saying stuff like that because they think it's never going to be them, right? Like, everybody likes saying this kind of stuff because they assume that when this happens, it's all going to happen to somebody else, or somebody else is going to have to do it. Yeah, that's always what it happens. Anarchists complaining about violence. Well, I mean, there's some countries, and the first thing in an anarchist society that happens is somebody takes it over and makes it non-anarchist. Like, you know, maybe we could have him or her, I don't know what it is, go over and join Joseph Kony's army. How about that? That sounds like a really good time.
Out of New York City, where the CEO of United Healthcare was shot and killed in broad daylight. It's
Yeah.
believed he was targeted, but it's unclear why.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's not me.
Yeah.
Did you know that every Thanksgiving?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Especially since most of them don't own guns. Yeah. I think that the mindset of that is it's so just not realistic. It's just not. I'm an anarchist, but not on some weird political shit. I just don't care about the laws. Oh, well, yeah, of course, right? But like, that's not the same thing.
75.9 million Americans use airports like Phoenix Sky Harbor to travel to go see family elsewhere in the world. It's crazy, right? It's a big week. But guess what? There's a lot of beef right now at the airport. You know why?
Hundreds of restaurants and concession employees on strike, planning to
Are you telling me about a fucking airport where you guys spend $18 to get a drink? You telling me they're striking over there?
continue their protest tomorrow.
And because of this, restaurants and concessions will be shut down. The workers with HMS Host, a vendor operating many of the restaurants and coffee shops inside the terminal.
See, Flippy would never do that. He would never protest. Flippy does not even have the word union programmed into his language model. He doesn't even know it exists. He'll work on Christmas. He doesn't care. He's happy. Flippy is pro-consumer. He is.
Say it's time for their demands to be met.
The workers say they want what most American workers want. That's the ability to keep food on their table and a roof over their heads.
Employees then think about that and stop thinking about trying to keep these shitty fucking jobs on life support. They're thinking about it from the complete wrong direction. If none of these people had to worry about like paying money, if like everybody just received, if you received the same amount of money every month, regardless of whether you went to this job or not, I bet 99% of these people would never go to the job. So you don't care about the job. You don't give a fuck about the job. You care about the money.
Want better pay, healthcare, and retirement plans, especially after the pandemic.
It's just become very clear that we've gotten to a point where the things that we are asking for are falling on dead ears with the company, with HMS.
But
it's because they're losing bargaining power too. The employees have no bargaining power anymore because all of the company executives know that they're just going to replace these people with robots soon. So who cares about what they think and who cares how they feel?
HMS Host paints a different picture, claiming it's offering 12% raises and better benefits, and in a statement says the strike, quote,
serves to hurt the traveling public and the HMS host associates who continue to work during this difficult time.
So, we're gonna go to a protest, specifically a Phoenix Sky Harbor food service anti-automation protest. We're gonna meet up with some Dunkin' Donuts employees that—
There is nothing less valuable than unskilled, uneducated labor. It like, that's what a horse does. Those are the people that are going to get replaced as fast as possible. Low skill, no education labor. That's it. Bro, that's why I just told you. No, I'm just saying, right? Like, yeah. I can understand why they're fighting for their livelihood. No, I know, I get it. Like, I mean, it's easy to understand why they're doing it. Yeah, of course.
may or may not be being replaced by robots in the near future. And we want to ask some of the employees about how they feel robots pose an existential threat to the American working class.
My name is Winona Rue, and I work at the Dunkin' Donuts in Terminal 4. Okay. There's 2 kiosks, like, at the front. No one really uses them, but the way it works really sucks, and it's like less efficient.
I love how they're playing this music as if this is some like 70s like sci-fi movie. Oh my god, there's a kiosk, and then you have to go in there and you have to click on the buttons, and then it's like, oh my fucking god.
Than just going up and ordering.
They don't even put the work into the kiosks that they need to have them operate properly, if at all.
It's making our job harder because there's all kinds of stuff in the system that we don't have, or that we do have that's not available, and the prices are wrong, and it just makes our job.
This woman's bringing up a really great point, and I think that what she's saying is completely accurate. She's saying that the on-hand demand for different items isn't accurate in the kiosk, and I think that she's 100% right in what she's saying. Completely accurate and actually misleading. Yeah, it's a logistics issue. Yeah, it is.
So much harder than just actually going to the table and talking to people ourselves.
They'll send an order through on the kiosk, and it'll just silently pop up on our screen. So we won't even, unless we're actively looking at it, we're not going to know about it. We're just gonna sit around like wondering why there's people in the lobby, and we're like, oh, there's a order. Yeah, it's really not efficient.
They're down more often than they are usable. They are not connected to any of our computers at Dunkin' Donuts, so we have no idea what anybody orders. And then they'll come up to us all angry with a receipt.
I have a roofing company. You work at Dunkin' Donuts. Who the fuck is being ignorant? I made $350,000 last year. I'm fucking ignorant.
It's frustrating on both.
Just go lay down, fat ass. Go wait, what a fat boy. What's he doing? What's he getting mad for? He needs to lay down.
Both ends. It's like, why is that even there?
The thing is that Flippy, you know what Flippy would say? I'm sorry, dear customer. I love you. I will fix your order right now immediately. And that's it. Yeah, it won't be an issue. Nobody needs to get harassed.
I think they're just trying to squeeze every penny they can out of the entire experience, and to allow people to do it themselves just makes it quicker and easier for the company.
Do you feel like
Well, if it makes it easier for the company and it makes it easier for the customer, then does the company serve customers or does it serve its employees? It serves customers. If it serves its employees over its customers, it no longer is a company because it's going to go out of business. Like, these people, again, are just completely fucking delusional.
Enjoy your job?
No, I've worked customer service for 5 years. I don't enjoy this. I'm here for the
Exactly. Fucking exactly. Yes. You don't care. You don't give a shit about this. You just want the money.
More profitable for them to like agree to this contract because they're really suffering now that we're out like demonstrating like this during Thanksgiving.
This is the busiest travel time in the whole year. And we have to make a disruption in order for them to listen to us and for them to know that we're serious.
They will listen. They're gonna speed up those kiosks. They're gonna improve the kiosks a lot.
What kind of existential threat do you think automation poses to the workforce?
People want human interactions. As much as people want to say that, you know, AI and automation is the way, people that come through the airport, they don't want to continue to serve themselves. You know, they want to sit down and relax and not have to think about everything and allow somebody to take care of them.
As a server, I don't want to be relegated to a glorified food runner at the end of the day where, you know,
I don't think that there's a lot of, like, a glorified food runner. Like, we've got a lot of, like, I mean, this is, like, some fucking friendly fire here. You're not any better than a food runner. You're working at Dunkin' Donuts. And if you were a doctor, you wouldn't be any better than a food runner. What is this? It's just...
the customer is doing my job, and that's not part of the experience that we
Customer
want when we go
service
out
at
to eat. We
Dunkin'
actually
Donuts.
want to be served.
It's an ego
We're
problem.
emotional
It
support
is.
humans for people that come through here sometimes, but I do like that I get to have a lot of interactions with a lot of really cool people.
I mean, part of the best part of my day is getting to talk with the guests, get to know them, see why they're traveling, where they're going to, joking around. Like, that's what people come into a full service experience for. If they didn't want that, they would just go and grab a sandwich and go sit by the gate. So I feel like they're
No, the reason why you go to Dunkin' Donuts is because the food's better. Like, if I could push a button and get the food, I would do that. Like, that's me personally. I'm sure some people feel the way that she does, but I'm not one of them. And so I'm just speaking from my own experience.
that away in the name of profit.
Yo, what's up? Los Angeles, California, 9:30 a.m. I just went inside that Dunkin' Donuts right there, and I'm not gonna lie, there was in fact a kiosk.
Holy
there was no
shit.
human interaction happening. You had a counter dividing two classes of people, the working class and the consumer class, with no cross-verbal traffic
That's
at
right.
all. It was
Yeah,
solitary.
you don't want them to talk to the customers. You don't want them to do anything.
Somewhat awkward. Probably bad for the employees because they're understimulated, I think.
Yeah.
But for me, I honestly kind of enjoyed it. Got to walk in there, headphones in, didn't have to talk to anybody about anything going on. And now look
Yeah.
at it. I have a perfect oat milk infused 16-ounce Dunkin' Donuts coffee in my hand.
You know, I've never drank a cup of coffee in my entire life. I really mean that. Not even once. Never. I have Dr. Pepper. Why would I need that?
But that's not why I'm out here filming this. What if I told you there's a service that we use before we go into the field
missing out?
to see how
No,
the
I'm not.
mainstream media is covering both sides of the issue? Well, that's true. And that service is called Ground News. It's a dope-ass news aggregate that every single day compiles thousands of articles and ranks them from left to right with their bias comparison tool. So you can break out of your echo chamber and figure out what the heck is really going on. They also have a dope-ass tool called Blind Spot that allows you to see stories not being covered by the left or the right. Full disclaimer, Ground News does cost money, as it should.
So
It's the
World
best
News.
in the business, and the only tool that I can think of today on the market that can snatch you out of that nasty echo chamber that so many people find themselves stuck inside. Here's an example. Let's use the topic of worker strikes for an example. So I have Ground News up on my phone right now, and it says a couple weeks ago in Canada, Canada Post workers went on strike to protect their pensions, disrupting the flow of mail across the whole country. Using Ground News, you can see that 61% of the coverage is left-leaning, 21% to the center, and just 18% to the right. On the left, you can see Jacobin, who described this as a fight for the future of public
seems pretty
services,
good, actually.
and interviews union leaders about potential
Yeah.
scabs crossing the picket line. And on the right, you can see the Epoch Times, who've penned an article called What to Do About Your Christmas Mailing Needs as the Canada Post Strike Looms, focusing instead on the potential inconveniences that are going to be faced by holiday shoppers and consumers.
Yep.
So both angles contain pretty interesting information and show us how the public is reacting at large. Ground News also has a dope-ass tool called Switch Editions,
I
which
just
allows
look on Twitter and I read the first top comment and I'm like, yeah, true.
you to pivot from
Yeah, that's
national
about
news
it.
to local news, or even switch countries. And guess
That's
what?
it.
For a limited time
It
only,
works
you
real
can get
well.
a special discount with my link on the Vantage subscription, bringing the cost down to $5 a month. That's www.ground.news/channel5. www.ground.news/channel5. All right, guys, back to the streets.
Despite the strong sentiments of
I
these
think that there is a real big demand for a news place that gives unbiased information. But the problem is that I think in giving unbiased information, people will think that it's biased because it doesn't reinforce their biases. It's something that everybody needs, but nobody actually wants. I don't know. Maybe it's a black pill perspective. That's what I think.
protesters, many Thanksgiving travelers are not opposed to AI and enjoy automated kiosks for their convenience, among other things. What do you think about automation and AI?
I think it's a great idea.
The fact, bro, you got this guy right here. This is a boomer. That's a real boomer right there. If this guy is okay with AI and he's okay with automation, that's the fucking future. If they already got this guy on board, that's it.
It just seems to make it much more swift. Some of these, it just makes traveling so much easier. We thought it was pretty neat, you know.
Over here, they're protesting, saying that it's going to kind of take away jobs and stuff. What do you think about that?
Well, you can always look at it two ways, I think, because you're creating jobs on the other side, too. You know, someone's got to build the robots, someone's got to maintenance them, someone has to put the food.
Do you think the retards that work at Dunkin' Donuts are just going to go and change from being a fucking service employee bot to being a robotics engineer? Absolutely not. Like, I'm just going to be honest here, okay? I know I sound like an asshole for saying this, but, like, it's just not going to happen. It's not. Why not? Because they're stupid. They're stupid. That's the reason why. They're not going to figure it out. That's why. Like, I know people might not want to admit it. Everybody has a different height. It doesn't matter how hard you try. If you're 5 feet tall, you probably can't be 6 feet tall, you know? That's it.
Food on it somehow. It's back and forth. You know, you might lose one here, but you're going to gain another one here, I feel.
How do you feel about QR?
I disagree with that. But, I mean, again, it is funny to see interactions between, like, average people that just have, like, very normal, like, you know, well-intentioned beliefs that aren't, like, super radicalized. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, I mean, I can see where they're coming from. Sure. I mean, hopefully it adds jobs in the other way so they can do something else. Yeah, just normies.
Barcode menus.
Kind of bland to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mid, below grade.
Do you feel like automation poses an existential threat to the American working class?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Do you feel like automation poses an existential threat to the American working class?
No, not at all. If you work your ass off, if you work hard, then no, you shouldn't have anything to worry about.
Frankly, there's a lot of young kids right now who don't.
I mean, you gotta respect it. Hey, that's, yeah, you gotta fuck it. That's a good answer.
Want to work, you know, and it's not that I want to automatically replace them, but I don't think it'll ever be like when I grew up.
I feel like nowadays, because of TikTok and stuff, all the kids want to be YouTubers and dancers and rappers.
Bro, he's playing them. Oh, yeah, here we go. And you can see them smiling like, oh, yeah, kids now, they're so stupid. Yeah.
I don't want to like be engineers and scientists and doctors anymore, and definitely not soldiers.
And definitely not carpenters or plumbers or whatever, which to me right now, I wish I was starting a job. I wouldn't mind starting out at $50 an hour. I think the kids, male, female, you know, it doesn't make any difference. I have the sense of not wanting a real job. Just, you know, I want to just kind of do what I want, and they expect.
Jesus, $50? Yeah, I mean, I bet if you I bet that's probably how much you make as a lineman. I bet you probably make pretty close to that. $60? Yeah. Now, you could die. That's bad. But other than that, yeah, you make a lot of money.
$20, $30 an hour to start. They want a new house right away. They want a new car, a new boat, a new Sea-Doo, whatever it is. And it's like, give me a break, dude, you know?
Yeah. Are you pro-capitalism?
Yeah, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's better than everything else we got, like being shoved in our face, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I'll take capitalism.
You're optimistic about the future of American capitalism.
About that specifically, I'm not optimistic about that if it keeps continuing now.
How come?
Well, because it's hard to live. I mean, I live in a studio, converted from a garage, two blocks down from my landlord's McMansion. Like that's how I live.
Yes, you are a serf. You are a peasant. You just don't know it yet. That's right.
That's pretty much, give or take, how I've been living for like 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've been getting a taste of the real world for like years. So like I don't know, like why do these people have to, why do these people deserve anything better than what I have, you know?
For sure. Because they have it and you don't. Why do you think about deserve, bro? What are you thinking about deserve? You thinking about deserve? Deserve? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your passions outside of working here?
I mean, I do art, I guess. Yeah.
What kind of art?
I draw, I guess. Yeah.
That's cool.
What
Do you ever think about
what do
like
you draw?
after this going into illustration?
But what do you draw though? What would you
Illustration or something like that?
No, that's fucking insane.
Wait, what?
Because like even
Going into illustration or something like that?
no, that's
That's cool. Do you ever think about like after this going into illustration or something like that?
no, that's fucking insane. Because like even in our current society, we have like as much like
the fucking yeah, fucking the our society, the fucking
I'm not gonna have the opportunity. No.
Well, shit, you never know.
No.
Is there a possibility of promotion in the Dunkin' Donuts corporate apparatus?
Well, I don't know why I'd want to do that. Then I would lose union protections.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
You know what I think happened? Is that as soon as Andrew asked about like going into illustration, it like triggered this person because that's probably what their parents told them to do. That's what it felt like to me. It's like, yeah, why don't you do this? Like, why don't you do something else? Like, oh, no, I can't fucking, it's society, and you can't do that. Yeah, like, what is this? Anyway, all of the workers in these restaurants, like 90% of them are going to get replaced by robots. These are unskilled, low education jobs that you could have a robot replace you in 5 years. There are already places that are doing this. It's only going to become more common. And for actual customers, they will prefer the robots because a lot of the reasons why these people work in places like this is because they're too stupid to get a job anywhere else. And they're too untrained or unskilled or in one way or another inefficient to get a job anywhere else. And so what a good thing it is that we have all these people that do a bad job in a lot of cases. And even if they don't do a bad job, they don't like their job, they hate the job, they don't have to do it anymore. So that's it. Real service will thrive nonetheless. Yeah, all things will happen, right? Yep, for sure. Pass a drug test equal make good money. Yep, there it is. Give me a mess first. Yep, there you go. Coming from a rich person is crazy. It's true. The reality of this is inevitable. I understand that some people might feel a certain way about it, but the reality of what I'm saying, this is going to happen, man. I don't know what you want me to say. It's gonna fucking happen. There's the video. Give it a like. That was really fucking funny. I love it.
complete other side of the map. So
Yeah, so we'll see.
Live and momentarily.
Okay, hold on, make sure this on there.
dedo que siempre te pido las mismas poses.
Oh, the last boss we need, we have to do the entire side. I'm being told it's right. It's like a... the end.
I get gems from this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to do it.
There we go, spider. This guy.
Yeah, we could definitely spider this guy. I guarantee it.
My problem is
killing the low guy first.
I'm dead.
He's taunting me to run.
He's trolling. Wait, Amelia's actually dead.
Wait.
I'm not kidding.
Wait, what the?
What?
Wait, what?
Wait.
How did she die?
Run, Tyler, just run. Run.
Tyler, I can stun.
I'm gonna kite them up. I'm gonna kite them up with my pet.
Okay, what the?
Stunned. Run. What the? How did she die?
Actually, run
she
the
just
fuck
got
out.
one shot.
Okay, just leave. By the way.
Did she just get one shot?
Why was she? She was very close to the fight.
How did you die? Like, actually, how did you die?
Well,
Like,
the guy
actually.
walked up and
We
punched her
gotta
in the
run
face.
this way, yeah?
No, it's the other way. This way, left. Over
No,
here.
no, it's this way. It's this way. It's this way.
No, we can go.
This
We
way.
can go this way too, Tyler.
The gate open?
Dude.
Yes.
What?
Come.
Oh my god.
Hurry up.
But how?
Wait, I actually have no idea. By the way, was that a boss?
I mean, she walked up and got bonked.
No, it was just a normal mob and she got one shot.
No, it wasn't normal mob.
It was a normal mob.
Yeah,
It literally was a normal mob.
Well, that wasn't a boss.
I have no idea what just happened, to be honest. No aggro, it turned on me and instant one-shot her.
I don't think...
And they threatened
I think it was like... I mean, I don't think... Why were you... Were you
He
melee
got
range for...
2.7k auto tech. One auto tech, 2.7k.
No, yeah, she got
and
one
then a
shot.
knock away.
Like, I
yeah,
thought it
she
was
literally got
somebody
one shot.
trolling. It was a legit one-shot. I watched
Wait,
it.
okay, but there's for sure... Okay, how did I pull... I think... Did I pull it? Was I... We see the VOD?
It's a patrol.
It's just a normal patrol.
I mean, I could have stunned it with my pet, but I used my pet stun on the other mob previously.
I for sure had taunt up. I was literally memeing, by the way.
Yeah, but I got hit for 1.4, by the way. I don't know why this guy did so much damage. For
He
1.4,
builds up
by the way.
a hit.
I don't know why
and
this
as
guy
he's
did
building
so
up
much
a
damage.
hit, the next hit is a one-shot. Like, some mobs just do that, and if you let them hit the squishies, they'll just get one-shot, the clothy as well. So, like, none of the mobs can ever hit clothies unless we, like, some just have thrash.
Wait, Tyler, you didn't taunt, that's why she died. GG.
There we go, I had taunt. I had AoE taunt for sure.
GG.
He's taunting me to run. Oh my god, actually, look at this. Holy shit. Wait,
Especially nice because she got all the biz now. GG.
Hold on, Tyler. Give me a lead real quick.
Oh my god, she's running it back. Hold on.
Yeah, invite
No,
her to
we're
the
not
party on
gonna
her new account so she can talk. Yeah, we could definitely.
Alright guys, me and DJ are back on our way up for the rotation.
My problem
I'm
is...
killing the low guy first.
Wait, I think Yamato got... It could have one-shot Yamato as well. This guy...
He half-lifed me, by the way, one
Definitely
attack.
spider this guy. I guarantee it.
My problem...
Well, it's not even about. I mean, there was a lot of shit that happened. Like,
I'm
she
just-
was. I think she was melee range, so I just walked over and bonked her. And then you could have taunted.
I had
could've-
Y, I had taunt. Oh my god, I had stun too.
Because like I saw it coming and I was trying to finish off the other mob, and then I put my pet on it.
I'll be honest, I did not think this would one-shot, so I did not want to waste time.
Yeah, of course not. Who would know that?
What the f***?
Got one shot.
Oh, it double hit her.
It might. Like I said, I think it's thrash. I think it's a legit. I can't, like, maybe
Dude,
it is.
this is us learning doing this shit by ourselves, but it's not possible to learn because
But Amelia's actually dead.
it literally cost us 300 hours.
Well, I think, like I said, if we do this, we just have to be insanely careful. Also, I'm not trying to blame Amelia at all. Like, I don't know, don't come to my chat and flame. Like, I don't think it's her fault at all.
Bro, you can't blame anyone here. How the f
Yeah,
if you
nobody.
know
Like,
this
I'm
thing
not
just
blaming
one-shots?
anybody, guys.
But also, my taunt for sure went on the ghoul. I'm almost positive, by the way.
I mean, I can go look. I'm sure I could have
Hello everyone, Voodoo here, and Blizzard just posted a preview of the class changes coming in 11.1, and Havoc Demon Hunter has finally got changes. Now, it's not a lot, not a ton, nothing insane, but there is some stuff to go over here, so we're going to talk about it. We also have our data mine tier set, so we're going to cover that. If they're doing a feedback Demon Hunter post that they normally do, it's not up at the time of me recording this, just because I want to get this out. So we'll go over that in another future episode of covering changes. So changes, crazy. Let's get into it. All right, so here we are. I never thought this day would happen. It has been over a year since Havoc's spec or class tree has received any changes. That time's going to keep going for the for the class tree because this isn't really a thing. You know, Spectral Sight is now just not horrible to push, and that's about it. But we have some changes. Not a lot. You know, looking at everything else, a lot of other specs got a lot more changes. But hopefully this is just the start of what's to come. It's a good start on initial reactions, but obviously it's not the whole thing. But let's just dive into it. So first things first, Demon Surge has now been capped. That sucks. Without Demon Surge, Havoc's damage in Mythic Plus is going to go way down. And all of these talents that we have. But obviously, it's not the whole thing, but let's just dive into it. So first things first, Demon Surge has now been capped. That sucks. Without Demon Surge, Havoc's damage in Mythic Plus is going to go way down. And all of these talents that we have here don't really make me think we're going to have a ton of other AoE damage. So right off the bat, I think we're going to get heavily killed in AoE damage because they're also doing something else down here that'll hit it. So Demon Surge capped at 8 targets, well, soft capped, but still gonna be powerful, but just not as good of an AoE turtle. First new talent, Screaming Brutality. Blade Dance automatically triggers Throw Glaive on your primary target, and each slash has a 50% chance to Throw Glaive an enemy for 35% damage. They did it. This is the Season 3 Dragonflight tier set, and they have brought it back almost word for word, I think. This is great. I don't know where this is going in the tree yet. I have to assume it's going where Any Means Necessary was. But honestly, like, huge damage. They did it. This is the Season 3 Dragon. Well, soft capped, but still gonna be powerful, but just not as good of an AoE turtle. First new talent, Screaming Brutality. Blade Dance automatically triggers Throw Glaive on your primary target, and each slash has a 50% chance to Throw Glaive an enemy for 35% damage. They did it. This is the Season 3 Dragonflight tier set, and they have brought it back almost word for word, I think. This is great. I don't know where this is going in the tree yet. I have to assume it's going where Any Means Necessary was. But honestly, like, huge plus. This thing brings together Glaive builds. It makes Glaive actually function. A lot of our tree just didn't work at all because our rework was built around this tier set. So when they got rid of this tier set, the rework ceased to function. Now, no idea how this is going to work with Reaver's Glaive. We'll have to just wait and see until PTR comes up. PTR will not be up this year. It'll be up in the new year. So we'll have a few weeks to wait, but, you know, solid stuff here. This is probably the thing I'm the most excited for. Really love this. Awesome talent. Happy this is going to be in our tree and our class moving forward. We also had changes to the movement stuff, which is the other big thing. So Momentum has been renamed Exergy, which, by the way, I hate. I think it's a horrible name, and has been updated. The Hunt and Vengeful Retreat increase your damage by 5% for 20 seconds. So basically, Momentum is now just a 100% 5% damage increase, which is, like, fine, I guess. Nothing super wrong with that. It's, like, super easy to use. They basically removed Spell Rush from this completely. Which is fine. So you can basically do a low mover build variant with this using Vengeful Retreat. Honestly, that might be enough to kill mover combined with the inertia changes. So inertia now is the Hunt and Vengeful Retreat cause your next Fel Rush or Fel Blade to empower you, increasing damage by 18% for 5 seconds. Again, this is very good because you can now use Fel Blade instead of Fel Rush to do all these things. So you don't actually ever need to Fel Rush a single time ever again unless you're playing Unbound Chaos. So the need to Fel Rush has been removed from the tree entirely. Now that could be a bonus, it could be a negative, depending on how you want to do. Fel Rush is still a very efficient activator for this because you're always going to have one charge of it no matter what, unless you have to use 2 for movement. But the fact that it's been removed from Momentum and Inertia means that using Fel Rush for damage is almost exclusively dead, except for Unbound Chaos, which was also updated. So the Hunt and Vengeful Retreat cause your next Fel Rush or Fel Blade deal 500% increased damage. Now, in single target, you're probably going to use this on Fel Blade because Fel Blade, they've buffed it 6 times now. 500% increased damage to Fel Blade, honestly going to be quite a bit. So we have this package now of Inertia where we're going to use Fellblade probably in single target or low cleave scenarios to buff it up, or in situations where we can't move. Sorry, I'm cooking dinner while I'm making this video. That's what that ding was. But now we're in this weird place where what's the point of the Fel Rush stuff? You know, Vengeful Retreat and the Hunt's here to stay, Fellblade's here to stay, but Fel Rush doesn't have a real use case anymore, except for in AoE with Unbound Chaos. Now they've also changed their locations here. So if we pull up the tree, which I haven't done yet, we'll just duplicate this. Pull up the tree at the top here. So what they've done here is they've swapped these around. So Inertia is now a third talent row option up here, and Unbound Chaos has been doubled in power and moved down to the bottom here. So it will be really strong for, you know, Fel Rushes and stuff, but you no longer need to take it to get down into here. So you can now kind of branch out or bail out of Inertia once you hit this third gate here, and you don't have to use a bottom point talent on it, which is pretty good. So we probably will see that happen. Now 500% is pretty powerful. So I think a lot of our AoE damage will come from Fel Rush now in Mythic Plus rather than like other sources, which could be interesting. We'll see what happens. Vengeful Retreat into Fel Rush is still a weird thing because they lock each other out where Fellblade doesn't. So initial read here is that Fel Rush seems not necessary anymore, and almost entirely you'll use Fellblade, but whatever. Only other real change besides Any Means Necessary is that Cycle of Hatred was redesigned. I've been calling for this. The uptime stuff sucks. Basically now, I-Beam reduces the cooldown of your next one by 2 to 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 or 20 seconds. So I don't know what this means. If it's like a thing that happens over time. What it seems to me is that this seems like Radon's Cascading Eyes, where you use I-Beam, it deals damage, and like each time you get damage off of it, it stacks up. So basically every time you use I-Beam, you'll get 20 seconds off its CD for 2 points, which is pretty good. This just makes it a very consistent 20 seconds, makes it a 20-second cooldown, so you'll line it up all the time with Momentum or Inertia, and it lines up seamlessly with Essence Break. Again, sorry, my dinner's cooking. So pretty good stuff there. Now, remains to be seen how good this will be. I'm thinking Havoc's probably going to get a pretty massive like change in how we play with all these things here. We do lose Cycle of Hatred benefit from Screaming Brutality because they've changed it, but this is just much better gameplay wise. I could see you taking this in Mythic Plus now. This is pretty huge for like anything to do with AoE damage. I-Beam trucks. So pretty good stuff there. Now the big thing, other than all these changes, is Any Means Necessary is gone. So Demon Surge does a lot less damage. Immolation Aura does a lot less damage. That's mostly it. But Fel Devastation does a lot less damage. Burning Blades does a lot less damage. So we have lost a massive source of damage in all of our like spells, like 40% basically. And this makes Mastery a lot worse. Still probably gonna be a pretty good stat. Wow, everything's going off. I'll be back. All right, sorry about that. So Any Means Necessary being removed makes Mastery a lot worse and kills our AoE damage basically. This was really good because of Immolation Aura. With that gone, and with them capping Demon Surge beyond 8 targets, and with them basically making it so Demon Surge no longer scales off Mastery, our AoE damage is going to be really handicapped with what we have so far. Now, we'll have the Glaive stuff to make up for it. Obviously, you can't, you know, it's not really an AoE tool. It kind of is, but not really. And we'll have like more I-Beam stuff. But I guess we'll also have stronger Fel Rushes, but I don't know if that will make up for the large loss of damage Demon Surge, Burning Blades, and Immolation Aura Rage Fire is going to get. So we'll see what happens here. Initial thoughts are I like these changes. It fixes a lot of the issues we've had. It's not really super exciting. Like, it is exciting. It's cool we get changes, but like, I hope there's going to be more. There's going to be some problems here. A lot of the issues I've talked about are still present. We have no changes to our hero talents, which are really bad. So we'll see what happens with this. I'm hoping for more, but I am happy with what we've gotten, and we will be getting like playstyle changes. Like Fel Rushing is almost exclusively dead in Raid, which is kind of crazy. You might not even take it anymore. We don't know. We'll see what happens, but initial changes are interesting. I like them. They're pretty good. This is hype, but this is also hype. We'll see what happens. So other thing is the tier set. Now, I actually hate the tier set. So what they're doing here is that they're basically making it so that tier set, the 2-piece, are sort of spec like locked. So like all melee will have a similar 2-piece, all range will have a similar 2-piece, all healers have a similar 2-piece, and all tanks will have a similar 2-piece. So we can see here that like Feral spells have a chance to activate Winning Streak, increasing the damage of yada yada yada, stacking up to 10 times, and then you can remove it. Havoc's is the same. So your spells and abilities have a chance to activate Winning Streak, increasing the damage of your Blade Dance and Chaos Strike, stacking up to 10 times, and then Blade Dance and Chaos Strike have a chance to remove it. So your spells stack up this buff to these two, and then whenever you use those spells, they lose power. I don't think it's very exciting. I think it's kind of RNG and annoying that all the specs have the same one, but whatever. And then the other one is Winning Streak persists for 7 seconds after being removed by Blade Dance or Chaos Strike. Then entering Demon form sacrifices your Winning Streak to gain 1% critical strike per stat consumed. Incredibly boring. Really not that exciting. I don't know how, like, at most they'll have 10 stacks, which means that, like, because they'll persist, I'm assuming that RPPM is going to be pretty high. We'll have a lot of haste because we'll have I-Beam on a 20-second cooldown. Because that, you know, and it lasts for 7 seconds, we'll probably have pretty high uptime of max stacks of this, and then pretty high uptime of the 10% critical strike chance. But it's not very exciting. It's not very interactive. Like, you kind of works with, you know, the Relentless Onslaught. It kind of works with Chaotic Transformation. It kind of works with the I-Beam stuff, but it's not really anything new. It's not really interacting with talents very exciting in like any exciting ways. It is RNG, but it seems like there's enough knobs here to stop that from being that problematic. It kind of pushes us towards Cycle of Hatred because of, you know, getting more demon form, but I don't love it. I kind of hate it, honestly. So I'm a bit doomer about that. I am excited for the changes, but I really hope there's more because I don't think this is enough. But yeah, there we go. I mean, oh, that's the wrong screen. That's it. We got stuff. Nothing else to really talk about right now. We actually, I can see if they posted a Demon Hunter feedback. They did not. So there you go. Nothing to talk about there. I don't know. Let me know what you think about these changes. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be exciting when we get in and can I test them. Hopefully there's more. If you're a mover lover, playstyle might be dead now. We'll see what happens with that. But if you're a no mover lover, hats off to you. This is a huge win. Everyone should be happy the tier set's back as well. That tier set's really strong. It's really fun. And Havoc's going in a different direction. We're going more glaive focused, more demon focused, and a lot less focused on using Fel Rush because Fellblade is now an option to buff it. So
Sorry, making a little bit of food and got back and taking my dog for a walk. I'm be leveling more here in a little bit. Welcome to join if you want.
This is your daily dose of internet. So this is pretty gross. A bathroom on a plane started overflowing and flooded into everyone's seats. For some reason, this happens every time he closes his back door. Here's a smart way to fix your TV.
So when you step on the scale and this happens, what does that mean?
Allez avec les bêtes, ils m'ont la fun et la...
Poor little guy was absolutely terrified. He was so excited to finally meet Spider-Man.
Wait! It's supposed to pop out!
This cat is an absolute menace.
I am done with my shift.
For some reason, these bees tried building a beehive on this guy's butt.
O seu tempo, Lili.
Hey, say bye to everyone. Bye. Hey, say bye to everyone.
I just found out that boat jousting is a thing, and it's a very competitive sport.
Oh no, my vape.
No, he's gonna steal my vape. Please don't take my vape. That is not food. Oh my god, he's gonna take my vape. Oh.
He just realized he's too big to still live in his mom's pouch. This fish stole his pacifier. Where do you even find shoes like this?
Est-ce que vous avez la vision ou pas? Parce que personnellement, j'ai la vision. J'ai la vision. C'est vraiment la paire de l'année. J'ai la vision.
Poor little guy was overstimulated.
Jocelyn, there's something I've really been wanting to admit to you.
What is it?
This woodpecker thought that this guy was a tree.
What the What the
A few days ago, the biggest drone show in the history of the USA happened. Over 5,000 drones were used to make everything happen. This boy thought it was a good idea to tease and make fun of this monkey that he saw.
เอาขนมให้มันนะคุณ เอาให้มัน
He was trying to practice for an upcoming dodgeball game.
Man, I tell you, there's one thing I hate more than anything. Is to see somebody living my dream.
This photographer found the rarest penguin in the world. This penguin has melanism, which means it is covered head to toe with a black color.
Where? That guy! Oh! He got a squirrel!
Dave, drop it. Drop it. Dave, drop. Come on. You sit.
Poor guy is either scared or confused. So, why is she talking like this?
Miami, south to Miami. Please make your way to your assigned seats and enjoy the ride. Bright pink will be departing south to Miami.
Talking about how this guy that you went on a date with kept calling you bro, dude, man, whatever. Ah! I just got hit, dude. What the?
So, does anyone know if this is a legal shot or not? He likes to bury food in her hair to save it for spring.
Actually, we are. Oh, we buried it back!
She wanted to try out Mom's false eyelashes. This is what it looks like when the International Space Station sends something back to Earth. So this is pretty cool. All these window washers dressed up in costumes to cheer up these kids that are in a children's hospital. A few days ago, I recorded this video on a plane. That is the end of this video, or I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
A delusional psychopath tried swatting someone. What happens next will shock you. Dusting off the old Darman reference here for this one. So some miserable, horrible lady tried to swat someone. I'm sure I don't need to explain what swatting is. It's a horrible, bad thing that'll land you permanently on Santa Claus's naughty list. And this lady looks and sounds like she's one glass of wine away from passing out face first into her copy of 50 Shades of Grey, but in between bouts of consciousness, she decided to commit a huge crime of swatting. And boy howdy, the shoe went on the other foot real quick. They actually found her, and when they brought her into custody, she started launching Sonic-based attacks at the officers. It's a wild ride that I can't wait to take you on, thanks to Code Blue Cam here providing all of the footage. We get a POV of what it's like to encounter a real-world banshee. But before we even see her, let's go ahead and get brought up to speed with the lore. The call, the emergency that she phoned in.
Hi, there's a man with a gun, shooting with a gun. Can you spell the street, ma'am? I can't understand you. Do you have me on speakerphone? He's shooting with a gun. I understand that, and I'm going to send help, but I need to understand the street name. Okay, and who is shooting with a gun? There's a man. He lives there. Okay, what is the man's name? I have no idea. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my God, he's out there with a gun shooting rabbits. Okay, how do you know this is going on? Oh my God, because I can see him. He's shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. Answer my questions. How do you know this is going on?
No doubt she's a classically trained actress. That is a very convincing performance. Those acting chops could bring a tear to the eyes of even Margot Robbie. And she is using it for evil, nefarious purposes. So she's talking about a man who's shooting. He's shooting rabbits. He's shooting everywhere. And refuses to give any, like, real info. And then, like, pauses after the operator's asking her how she even knows this is going on. She doesn't answer and then just hangs up.
Based on the nature of the call, all on-duty Brookfield police officers responded to the area immediately.
Bravo 521, I'm 23. There's nothing going on here. This is most likely a swatting call.
Dispatch later informed that the female caller had reached out again, stating she could see the man on her cameras and that he was still firing his weapon.
They sent out the whole kit and caboodle like they were about to bring down Cobra Commander. They got there, found nothing, but then the mysterious caller reaches out again, saying the same thing, that this maniac is out there firing his weapon. There's a maniac on the loose and we gotta get him. Only the officers were there. There was no gunshots. They even searched the area for casings, found nothing. They asked the homeowner nearby, nothing. So they were pretty confident it was a swatting call.
While clearing the scene, the female continued to call 911 repeatedly from an unknown number. A sergeant instructed the clerks to forward all her calls to his desk phone.
She called them again and again and again, repeatedly just spitting this fraudulent fairy tale, this gobbledygook horseradish. I don't know what she was even fucking thinking at this point. She's like the Riddler, but 50 times as stupid. She's the shittler. So she's over there just spewing this shit. They are at the scene, so they know it's not real, and they just start forwarding those calls to Ace Detective Phoenix Wright's personal desk phone, and he happens to recognize her voice from previous interactions. Let that sink in for a moment. Marinate on that thought. A police officer interacts with so many people, and most of those interactions, I imagine, aren't overly positive. Do you know how annoying you have to be to have an officer remember your voice? That you were such a fucking nuisance that your voice left an imprint in their brain that even just audibly hearing you can activate a Winter Soldier moment for them where they remember your name and everything. All because you stained them with how annoying you were.
When she called again, he recognized her voice from previous interactions. A quick in-house database check soon revealed her identity as 36-year-old Ashley Corbin.
Is that consistent with what you say you're observing? Yeah. Okay, we have gone to the area where you have claimed this has been happening 3 times tonight? Yeah. Yep, you've seen us there? Yeah.
So he got asshole Ashley on the horn here in order to corroborate these reports, saying that you've called 10 times now all about this, we've been out there and have seen nothing, and she's just like a broken record saying, yeah, yep, yes. Like, she is a malfunctioning NPC. All she can say is, yeah. And he's just pressing her like, hey, we didn't see anything, you know, what's going on? She eventually says that The guy shooting is on camera, so the officer says, well, we'd love to see that footage. Shocker, she's got no footage to show.
I would love to see the video footage if that's something that you could provide for us, because we have been unable to locate him. And I sent an officer to look at that with you.
No, we want him to be stopped.
What's going to happen moving forward, we're going to be conducting an investigation for swatting. Are you familiar with that term?
I hope so. I hope that you guys are going to take his property into custody and investigate his whole property. I pray to God.
Well,
her body is screaming for water, but the only thing it's getting is more and more wine. She is plastered. You can clearly hear it. She is not able to process at all what's happening here. He's even telling her to her face that they are investigating her for swatting, and she's like, oh, thank heavens. Goodness gracious, it's about time you guys do your job. He's an absolute menace out there. He's shooting, and you need to go investigate his property. You need to take his property. I pray to God you go take his property. This and that. She doesn't realize what is happening here at all. Like, swatting is a very serious thing. Again, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but people die from swatting. So it's something that's taken super seriously here, and she is not able to wrangle that fact at all.
Well, we're worried about our kids.
Yep, you've said that a couple times, ma'am. If you were so worried about your kids, I think you'd be willing to talk to an officer about it.
Are you kidding me? Do you really want to want to go there?
We're going to pull the phone records from the phone company. We'll write the subpoena. Have you had any drinks tonight, ma'am?
Are you crazy?
No, ma'am. I'm trying to conduct this investigation for you.
Are you a crazy person?
Nope.
He's been shooting rabbits and doing all kinds of stuff.
He started to sniff out that she might be intoxicated, but Ashley's putting on a strong show of sobriety to throw him off the trail. Drunk? Me? No. You crazy? You a crazy person? Is that what's going on here?
So, we're going to end this. He's going to pay us $1,500.
Oh, that's good for you.
Yeah, sure is.
Her neurons started to desperately fire as the realization must have started to sink in that they're not buying her story. So she starts to panic a little bit and tries to write a conclusion to the fanfic about how they just shook hands with $1,500 and everything's hunky-dory now. No need to send any pesky officers out there to check anything out because it's all squared away now, huh? Job well done.
Ashley Corbin, I remember her.
That's who I think it is. I think it's Ashley. Hello?
Holy.
Is this Ashley?
Yeah, no, this is not Ashley.
Okay. This is Sergeant Griebling with the Brookfield Police Department. You called us?
Who is Ashley?
I thought this was Ashley.
Why would you think that?
The tables turn. The officers are pretty sure it's Ashley, so they call her this time to try and confirm those suspicions. And I think it's pretty obvious from the second she answers the phone, they got her. But she's trying to play it cool. Ashley? No, this is not Ashley. What makes you think it's Ashley? My name is Bourne. I'm actually surprised she answered this call with her normal inebriated voice instead of trying to fool them, throw a monkey wrench into their hypothesis by answering the phone with an accent or something. Top of the morning to ya! You know, something like that, and they'd be like, oh, well, clearly it can't be Ashley. This caller wasn't Irish, so we got the wrong person.
Guess what? My name's Lindsay. You can stop calling me Ashley. Thank you.
Okay. You should probably slow down on the drinking tonight, ma'am.
You should probably fucking stop being a fucking bitch.
Okay.
How about that?
The call starts to devolve into her treating this call like it's an Xbox Live lobby, so she just keeps calling him a bitch. It really gets very interesting. It's like a League of Legends chat at this point.
It was also revealed that Ashley had an active felony warrant and had repeatedly called another police agency earlier that day using vulgar and profane language.
Sorry. Whoa! Whoa! Where's he? Come on, get Trey. Prince! Get Trey. Chris? No.
Come on. Let's go, bud.
Come on.
We get some more lore on Ashley, and the deeper it gets, the more confused I become at how someone can end up like Ashley. She was apparently calling another police agency that day as well to spew some mumbo-jumbo, and then they eventually find her outside with her dog, and then she's yanking on the dog's leash, which eventually pops the leash off of the dog, and then she has to go on the side quest to get the dog back to get it inside. It's quite a journey.
I want my attorney present.
Okay,
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm not going to talk to anybody without my attorney present.
Very well. I will pass it on to Brookfield, and we'll see what they say.
After a lengthy mission, they do finally get the dog, and the way she's holding him, she's holding it like it's a bioweapon. I've never seen someone hold a dog like that in my fucking life. She's got the dog's wiener pointed at the officers. I think she was hoping that he'd start peeing or something as a distraction so she can make a run for it. I don't know. But she's like holding the dog almost like it's the fucking Heisman Trophy or something. Like, I don't get what she's doing, like, with that dog. I feel terrible for the dog. Honestly, the best thing that could have happened is the dog gets off the leash and finds a new owner. Because she seems remarkably fucking lost and beyond off her gourd.
So, no, I'm not doing a swatting thing with a Brookfield. Are you kidding me?
I wouldn't joke about that.
That is a serious joke. Ken is a psycho.
I don't even know who Ken is.
The guy?
We honestly don't know much of what's going on.
We were told here to come pick you up, that you have a warrant, and Brookfield wants to talk.
I date a Brookfield officer, okay?
Who?
My man is an officer, okay? I'm not gonna say because I don't want to.
You just said Singleton.
It's pretty clear that this woman is a pathological liar, and it only gets worse. She throws out some really heinous accusations in a bit. So right now, she's talking about how she wasn't behind the swatting. That's a very serious joke. That's not a knee slapper or a gut buster that you make gags out of. She would never do such a thing like that. And then she's talking about how she actually dates an officer. Won't name his name, but she dates an officer, and he probably wouldn't like what's happening here. He probably wouldn't like it. So her whole idea here, I think, was to try and, like, I don't know, say, like, hey, I date an officer, so I shouldn't be arrested, you know? I think that was the plan. It doesn't work, but I think that's what she was going for.
You need to go.
No, you're good. Well, we got.
Can you please come out?
Hey, be respectful.
No, you can take it.
I was trying to go to the basement. I didn't know I was going to.
It's actually incredible how unlikable this woman is. A just normal person coming out of the elevator doing normal activities, and she yells at them to get out. Like, what the fuck? How can someone possibly be this much of an insufferable piece of shit? It's actually impressive.
That was kind of rude.
I am rude. I'm sorry.
That lady did nothing to you.
I'm a surgeon.
What?
I'm a surgeon. I am. So I'm very particular. So
What does that have to do with yelling at a lady?
I'm sorry.
Now she's saying that she's a surgeon. She just randomly blurts out that she's a surgeon. It's like a child when they're like making up a story when playing pretend, like SpongeBob and SquarePants in that box of imagination. That's her whole brain. I'm spitting. I'm actually spitting. That's how disgusted this woman makes me. She can't stop lying for even a second, and she can't stop being a piece of shit to people around her. And like the officer's even telling her, like, that was rude. Like, this was just a person using this elevator, and now you're yelling at them. And she's like, I'm a surgeon! I'm a surgeon! I'm a surgeon! I like things to be particular. And I'm like, what? What? What does that have to do with anything?
I do stuff, like, very particular. Like, I do brain surgery.
Okay, let's take a left.
So it's very particular.
So does that mean you can be an asshole to people?
I don't deal with people. So it's like, I deal with digging in people's brains and digging in. I'm sorry. That's what I do. You dig in, you go in deep 5, and that's it.
Brain surgeon.
I like how she almost tried to drop some kind of scientific terms like, well, brain surgery, you see, it's actually very complicated, and it's why I'm a little particular about things. I don't deal with people, I'm dealing with brains. You know, you have to go D5. D5. You know, knight to D5. You know, you saw it in Harry Potter when they're playing wizard's chess. Like, you guys wouldn't get it. I won't bore you with the jargon that you couldn't possibly understand with your tiny, feeble minds. Just know that because I'm a brain surgeon, it gives me the right to yell at people. And it gives me the right to call police departments 20 times a night reporting false crimes because, well, it's what I like to do as a brain surgeon.
You're lying, and you use me as a scapegoat under the bridge. You guys were harassing me under the bridge, and there was no cameras under there, and you guys were harassing me and me under the bridge.
She also left like a big bag of beer in front of someone's door and...
What's up?
You guys me in the elevator.
Okay.
Yep.
We have body cameras.
And I have marks.
We have body cameras, and if you want to,
And so do I.
if you want to file a false police report, we can go down that road.
You're lying.
Her next series of lies isn't nearly as humorous as her brain surgeon storyline, where she was
Final Fantasy, here we go. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director.
This one, she starts to try and spin a false rape accusation.
Let's go, Len Fang.
Boom. About how they were raping her on the
37,
elevator and
9.
under a bridge.
And what they did to me, how they raped me.
Nobody's gonna. We're just having to exit the car.
Yep, and how they raped me.
Nelly, let's go.
Yep, and how he raped me and how this guy raped me. And this guy raped me. What is your name? Stop! I'm talking too loud, you raped me! I'm talking too loud, you raped me!
Ashley.
You raped me! He raped me! He raped me! He did! This guy! This guy raped me!
She now embarks on the Screaming Gambit. This is a pretty advanced maneuver you don't see executed super often, never to any degree of success, where the person just then starts screeching and squealing. And it's what she does for the rest of the video. So she's still screaming that they raped her when there is body cam footage to prove that did not happen. That is a blatant lie. All she does is endlessly lie. It's craziness. And that is a awful thing to be lying about. And she's screaming it.
Crazy.
And I think
Sorry,
the
you
idea
dumb
was to
bitch.
try and like incite anger.
You only wish.
To have like maybe people come in and like, I don't know, push over the officers to save her or something. I don't know what she's even trying to do with that accusation when there's clearly evidence that proves contrary. I think it's to try and like get out of the arrest. I don't really know, but it is unhinged lunacy.
Ashley, turn back around. Ashley, get back on the bench. Ashley, you need to sit on the bench right now.
When she eventually does get to the station, she lets out her best Joker laugh that she can muster. And to her credit, it's a pretty maniacal, cartoonishly evil laugh that she pulled off. It's pretty impressive.
Stand up.
Ow! Now you broke my arm!
Sit.
Now you broke my arm!
Ashley, you need to sit down.
You broke my
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy cow.
Lord have mercy on all the poor souls that were watching this with headphones on. They're no longer with us. So she's now claiming they broke her arm when they went over to try and get her to sit up. They didn't actually even lift her, by the way. The second they like touched her, then she started saying that they broke her arm. Another bogus baloney fib here. Liar, liar, plants for hire. Holy cannoli. And now she is absolutely wailing. She is sounding like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. She sounds like if Toucan Sam ate a ghost pepper.
Not break your
You
arm.
broke my arm! Why are you hurting me?
If you sit forward, I
Don't
won't touch you.
touch
Okay.
me.
Do you have an NCIC for swatting?
Oh god. Fucking swatting. You guys are so fucking stupid. Swatting. Ow!
Ashley, you need to sit up.
She goes on and on and on and on and on. It sounds like the screaming goat meme. So that's kind of where that concludes, but she did receive some charges for it, but really got let off super easy. She, I think, only spent like 6 months in jail for blatant swatting, and she should be counting her lucky stars that they didn't try and pursue some kind of false rape accusation charges as well. I don't know if that's something they even could do, but I'm surprised they didn't try. Like, this really could have been a lot worse for Ashley. Swatting is something that is extremely serious. So she got let off very easily. And man, what a fucking nuisance she is. Holy. That's really about it. So yeah.
On that front.
Nice, nice work.
Only the Mirai.
Releases today. It's official. Chris Roberts sent us a letter from the chairman that we can see in robotspaceindustries.com. It was also confirmed by Xylo that they are putting 4.0 to the live servers right now. There is a catch, however, and that's what we're going to be talking about in this video. We've got a giveaway this month as well to celebrate 4.0, to celebrate Christmas as well. It will be drawn on Christmas. I'm giving away a Terrapin Medic. I'm giving away an Intrepid starter pack. I'm giving away a Star Chaser combat pack as well. What can you do? You can subscribe to the channel and comment to any videos posted this month. You can also become a Patreon member for guaranteed entries, or you can join via our live server environment, but 2 live server environments. That's right, 3.24.4 will remain, while 4.0 will be released as a 4.0 preview. That's how they are going to be releasing it. Now, the thing with this 4.0 preview is that it will be considered as a live service as well. So that means that the progress that we are going to be doing in the 4.0 environment will persist once 3.24.4 will be phased out. I think that this is strange, right? Of course, this is not something that I was expecting, but given the past experiences that we've had with end of year patches, right? Every time they rush to have a patch at the end of the year, it's a nightmare. It doesn't work, and of course, because CIG staff are on holiday, which they should be, right? Of course, we all agree with that, right? We're not gonna have a hotfix for a long time until usually the middle of the next month, which is January. And a lot of people are also quite upset because, well, you know, the live environment is the only thing that we ended up playing with, and it was not very playable, and they could not play Star Citizen. So that's why they are going to keep 3.24.4, which is somewhat playable. Personally, I have a lot of issues. I, in fact, have more issues in 3.24.4 than I have in 4.0 PTU. That's my personal experience here. But nevertheless, they are going to be keeping both live environments. Maybe some of you have not completed the Save Stanton initiative. I have not. I've been very busy trying 4.0, but I guess I'll be using that time during the holidays to finish it, because that too is also going to stay so. I suppose that this is also good news, right? So here in 4.0, Chris acknowledges that they did not have time to get all the mission types working before the holiday break, which is also why they decided to temporarily support 2 parallel live tracks. As he said here, 3.24.3 will remain available. Sorry, I said 4.
The final day that I open presents, maybe, depends how today goes. Alright, welcome back to day 9. I think this is going to be the final day that I open presents, maybe, depends how today goes and how much time I have. But let us go and check out how many presents we get for 37,200 wrapping paper. Oh yes, have to summon my pack yak again to open these Julian and 1 presents. What will we get for 37,000? I haven't actually been hanging out at the Christmas hub. I've just been back to archaeology today so far. We don't have any letters. We don't have any Santa presents, do we? Oh, there is a Santa present. Been a week already. Nothing else. What do we get? Nothing. Cozy pajamas and cozy slippers. Alright, what presents are we going to get today? There's an imp over there. They special Christmas imps, are they? Alright, 84 white presents, 93 blue presents, and 9 purple presents. That is a lot of presents. Let us start off, as always, with the white presents, and we'll probably fast forward through these ones again, as usual. Here we go. Got my pack yak ready. See how fast we can open all of these. What are we going to get today? Is it going to be a pink or a black party hat or nothing as usual? We shall see if I can be bothered editing this video. Why is that not working? Give Beast of Burden. Shouldn't that work? Oh yeah, it's just super laggy. My internet dropped out before. Silverhawks we get. Too much X. So it is possible. Opening. Green candy cane token. 21 blue. The candy cane token. So much XP. Christmas XP. And that's all the blues done. XP. More XP and 100k. XP. Oh, that was XP and 100k again. And more XP. 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 XP and oddments. Orange candy cane token. Haven't had one of them before. Any good? 5 mil. They must be slightly more rare than the other candy canes. And the very final purple Christmas present is 100k and oddments. So that is it. Again, XP and oddments and a little bit of cash. Maybe we'll keep trying. Depends how many more wrapping paper, I suppose. Anyway, that is it for today's present opening. Anyway, thanks for watching. Like and subscribe, and I'll see
Hello and welcome to Wowcast. Today,
designer who
undermine the perfect location for this major update.
Under the map to Cataclysm and seeing it in God of World of Warcraft for quite a while. Both in 1999, I think it was just like a little location at the south of the map, to Cataclysm and seeing it in gossip text and other interactions with goblins. So for us, It didn't make a lot of sense to put it in the first 4 zones, but it certainly makes a lot of sense to put it here. Another thing that we really wanted to do when we were looking at Undermine was goblins. Goblins, of course, are this zany, creative players. We want to give you actually the war with it, because we've got to know Blackwater, don't or the...
You'll be able to make it your own.
Side Street Sleuth, and we'll be receiving a new tank specialization. So if you're a healer, you no longer have to feel that you need to spec change into...
There's going to be a new arena called the Cage of Carnage, and it's unlike...
I know Soul Letting Ruby is one of the very popular ones that people went after.
I'll be going after that.
And then, of course, with Mechagon, we do have... It is going to be an 8 Gallywix's encounter, with which you can see what zany, crazy encounters our encounter designers cooked up and did it in a way that's very goblin-y. A couple notable examples that I would call flame Leslie, of course.
Or Luck of the Draw, or Healer anti-AFK activity.
For people to see the passion that has gone into everything about Undermine. I cannot wait for people to experience from
players to avoid offensive or inappropriate mods. So this is, I guess, a mod that they have for so Final Fantasy, here we go. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Director asks players to avoid offensive or inappropriate mods. So this is, I guess, a mod that they have for Final Fantasy. I think this is a pretty good mod. I like it. You can't stop them. Well, no, the reason why they say that, it's because in Japan, the way that modding is handled and like the intellectual property behind it is really confusing. So a lot of studios have to say don't do offensive or inappropriate mods, because if they don't, it could make them liable. That's what I think is going on, because Square Enix says the same thing about Final Fantasy 16 as well. Listen, do you really think they care? No, they probably have the mods on their own computers in some cases.
Step on me, please.
They just have to say this because it's the thing that they're supposed to say. So it's actually a don't do it, wink, wink. It's more like a, okay, we said the thing, now do whatever the fuck.
I guess that's something.
Wow.
Hi guys, and welcome back to a new video. In today's video, I will be talking about a new teleportation pet, which is the only one we have so far in-game. So this pet is Xiaoliu. As you can see, it will look like that. This is one of the different red pandas that were mined into the game a few months ago. So far, it's only available in China, but there are already a few clues that it might also make it into the North American, European, and probably all the other servers at some point. And so what's very special about this pet is that you will be able to use it to teleport yourself to any Mist Open Area dungeons or raids. So this is something that you will be able to use to basically travel super easily to any places in Mist Open Area. And especially if you are currently farming some of the mounts from some of the different raids or some of the transmog items, or if you're doing some other activities and you just need like easy, because it will really make it super useful. And when it comes to the price, so currently in China, it's being sold for 120 Yang, which is the equivalent of 16 USD. But if you compare the price to a normal Chinese pet, normally it's around $6. And so if you do the calculations, it should mean that the pet would probably be sold for $25 in the West, which is definitely a lot. And it got the Brutosaur mount. They are to the shop for when the pet will be 20 minutes. So it makes this pet way more useful than the rewards that you actually get in-game for completing a hard challenge in-game. And here I know a lot of you are going to be, well, you can, also buy the Brutosaur with real money.
Winter Veil event, we got a brand new hunt disposable Winter Veil suits. The set is made out of 3 items, a hat, chest and boots. The chest and boots can be purchased from the auction house, while the hat can drop from multiple dungeon bosses during the Winter Veil event. Also, the items you transmog have to be the wet version of a set, and when using the toy, you also need to use it until you get the wet outfit. Apparently the reindeer is really picky and doesn't like the green suit. Then you want to make your way to the Caverns of Time and enter the dungeon of Old Hillspread Foothills. On this location you can find the reindeer sleeping on the ground. It's basically next to the cave you exit, so it's not too far away from the entrance. Just head up the mountain and you can tame it. This creature only appears while you wear the red outfit, so make sure to do that. Also, this pet comes in two different designs, the regular one and one with a glowing red nose, which cannot be found as often. However, if you want to farm this version, you can simply use your eagle eye ability from the entrance to get a bit closer and then type the command /target dreaming festive reindeer, or to make it short, /tar dream to target the beast, since you can see the shiny nose on the portrait. If the wrong version appears, just leave the dungeon, reset it and try again. It took me a total of 7 tries and I tested it a bit after that. I assume the chances of it having a red nose is at roughly 10%, so not too bad. Also, both versions leave behind a little trail of snow while walking, which is a nice little detail. This pet will only be available during the Feast of Wintervale event, so make sure to not miss out on it. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more Hunter Pet related content and check out my playlist. Until next time, see ya!
Right, welcome back to days. I think that is guaranteed of giving something really good. And we have 14 purple and how many blue? Man, we got a Santa. Man, we have a present opening. Oh man, we have a Santa's Christmas present. I think that is guaranteed blue. Premier membership. 20 bonds, what's that worth? That's a fair bit of cash right there. That's very sad. The moment everyone has a Christmas present. Will we get a pink Santa or not? I reckon for Santa's Christmas present. No, a chaotic assault cosmetic ability scroll. Ah, sad times. How much is that worth? You can't trade it. Right, welcome back to
One. Okay, so there's a. Oh, dude! Oh my god! 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 It's a Petri recipe. It's a Petri recipe. I'm not joking. No fun I've ever.
Let's go, Len Fang.
Boom. Damn. Fuck.
37. 91.
Okay, so there's a 9% chance.
Oscar. God damn it. It was a good try. I'm almost glad we didn't get the Petri recipe because I don't feel like that fucking conversation should happen yet. There's a lot of debate over whether or not we use Petri. What I was thinking, I think our compromise was we ban it in dungeons. Or no, we ban it in raid, but we allow it in dungeons. I feel like it's not that... It doesn't amplify a clip or a death clip that much when a group wipes in a dungeon. Yes, it does. But the cost of how many lives we'll lose and the potential raid content we'd miss out on because of not having Petri in dungeons might outweigh whatever the fuck. But in raid, we ban Petri because, yeah, like a full raid wipe is hilarious and that's kind of good. So that's like the compromise. But again, that being said, we're not using Petri unless we as a guild find it. We can also deduct points every time you use Petri, like minus 100 points if you use Petri in a dungeon. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, one wipe and no more raids is great for content. It's not, I agree, but it's like kind of funny. Like if we 40-man wipe, it's over. Not necessarily, Lakari. There's multiple raids. Are you in T1's group or are you in my group? I mean, I'm going to be in both raids. Don't get me wrong. But when it comes to who's main tank, E-Rob, yeah. Everyone better. I'd have to talk to him about it. Not the we're not split rating. We're having multiple
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that you would believe that, but it's also really fucking weird to be, I'm sure it's insanely uncomfortable to be sent like your address, to be sent like picture, like it has to be insanely uncomfortable.
So this will be my last video, and
Okay.
this might come as a shock for some of you. It was a shock to me as well, but the reason is fairly simple. I have received death threats multiple times. I received one 2 days ago. I received one this very morning, and I've been shared images from a Discord in Taiwan as well as a Discord in Russia with where my videos are being shared, and very descriptive texts about wanting to kill me, wanting to cut off my fingers and feed my hands to my family and stuff, family members and stuff like this. Very descriptive death threats, and we're not talking about getting killed in World of Warcraft. We are talking about getting killed in real life.
What?
I never knew that it should come to this. I thought that I was just killing bots and I didn't really affect anything, but apparently there's an entire movement now where people are killing bots across all of the hardcore servers, and this is affecting the Mafia. Thank you guys for watching, and I will not be seeing you in the next one.
But that's fucking insane. Wait, so this guy would kill bots?
Last skirt, I gave you my skirt. But the level 52 Orc Hunter.
This dude's full of shit. Because he ain't deleted any fucking thing. He's fake. Look, still fucking all the way back. He ain't deleted a fucking thing.
Hey guys.
Yeah, it's hard to
In front of him. This is the same thing as me staring you in the eyes in the real world. Like if I would walk up to you and just stand in front of you and look you, I will. And then you.
That's kind of crazy.
Dude's full
This
of
is
shit.
From Nerds by Gun. Yeah, but like, I don't. Yeah, it's.
Okay.
And after a 6-day nationwide manhunt, along with the help of countless law enforcement agencies, as well as the general public, I am happy to announce that the gunman responsible for shooting the United Healthcare CEO has been taken into custody. So what are we doing about those drones in New Jersey? Well, we asked the Magic 8-Ball and it said to try again later. So that's what we're doing. What's being done to figure it out though? Well, the Magic 8-Ball's not specific on what later means, but we're playing it safe. Don't we have military bases everywhere? Yeah, but they're closed when they're needed. And hasn't this been going on for like days now? Right? Like, what? Go there with the planes. What are we doing? No, because it's cold over there and I'm allergic to New Jersey. Can't you have helicopters and your own drones over there, like ready to go at a moment's notice? What is going on? Well, they're low on fuel and gas is up the asshole right now. Plus, the Magic 8-Ball said to wait it out. Can't you use radar to scan the area or put satellites over it? I don't know, aren't these things? No, because someone unplugged them and we still have to read the new terms and conditions. Can you use receivers to determine like what signal the drones are operating on? Anything? No, because the Wi-Fi is down and that sounds super hard. Aren't people reporting they're like 8 feet wide? You don't get those on Amazon. What the fuck are those? I got mine on Amazon. Maybe you should shop the sales better. Look, I can assure everyone our airspace is safe. So what is that? That could be a lot of things. Like, I don't know. We can't be expected to know everything that's in the air at all times. That's crazy. It says UFO on it. Yeah, maybe if you read it in English, sure. But aliens have their own language. And to them, that says Prius. But I just saw it come down from the sky. And birds come from the sky too. Are they aliens? Not usually. Exactly. You're stupid. We have no idea what this is.
U.S. government, it's time for payment.
Okay, yeah, that could mean a few things. Like, let's not jump to conclusions, okay? He says you guys owe him money. It sounds to me like he's speaking in riddle. So, none of us know what he means, because none of us are the Riddler. So,
We will now send you the Bitcoin address.
okay, see, that's another clue to the riddle. So, everyone write this down.
The purchases you made are as follows.
Whoa, whoa, hey, yeah, we said no receipt, so,
Are as follows.
Whoa, whoa, hey, yeah, we said no receipt, so,
Item 1. Secretly deactivate all non-US nukes.
Deactivate all. Hey, this guy's telling jokes now. The guy's a riot.
Item 2. Beam up all Saudi oil.
Hey, who invited the narc, right?
Item 3. Drive Assad out of Syria. Task completed.
Would somebody pay this fucking guy?
Item 4. Eliminate Donald Trump. Task failed. Wide left. We will subtract that amount.
Would you shut the fuck up?
Item 5.
Oh my god.
Install sleeper nukes under New Jersey.
Okay, well, you weren't really discreet with that one.
They weren't long range. We had to get close.
Well, you should have upgraded to long range.
No, you paid for the basic package.
Yeah, which was still expensive.
We had to get close to New Jersey. That poses a risk.
Okay, that's understandable.
Item 6.
Jesus Christ, how many did we do?
Bring back Jeffrey Epstein parties. Mission success. Downloading address. We don't judge. But I got a bad feeling.
Well, you should mind your goddamn business.
Item 7. It never stops.
Why are you still reading it?
Kill P. Diddy. Mission failed. Tractor beam could not handle that much baby oil. Too slippery. We'll try again later.
Hey, you guys don't have as high a success rate as we thought you would.
Give us a break. We're only alien. We make mistakes. Remember what Hannah Montana said? Nobody's perfect.
Well, at least I can agree with that.
Item 8.
Oh my god.
We still have Tupac Shakur.
How's he doing?
He's good. Still rapping. He's ready for the big reveal. We will beam him down when the time is right.
Alright, well, we're coming up on that, I think.
Item 9. Scrub internet of all Hunter Biden photos. Error, error. Too many. System overloading. So many dick pics. Why from that angle?
You're fucking dumb. I think it's bedtime.